Alright, howdy everyone. It's that time again where I try to do things. On today's docket, I'm gonna try and build a breacher. I haven't built a breacher yet, and somebody was like, hey, build my breacher for me. I'm like, okay. So, for those of you who don't know, the breacher is a Nerf pump-action shotgun designed by, one of the more well-known Nerf designers, Sillybutts. It fires shells like this. Gotta get that in. Yeah, get that. This is actually a particularly fancy shell by Boomstick Mods. You can find them on Etsy. But, the premise is you have this, shell standard, and then just any manner of things you can fit into the shell, you can shoot out of the blasters that take the shells. For instance, this will shoot a single mega dart. I have a few. May not fall on my face. There we go. Alright, so I have one here. Looks pretty much the same, but this will fire 3 to 4. Nerf or other brand rival rounds, the balls. The balls that I have a bucket of, because he doesn't want a bucket of balls. This is a Mega XL shell. This will fire a cut down, well, full length or cut down. A full length or cut down. I'm trying to dig all these out of my dart catch. Mega XL dart. But and then this one, which is just green for testing, will fire a single ultra dart. Everybody's favorite rigid foam projectile. Yeah. Oh. Parts might be falling off. That's okay. I didn't need that part. If I needed that part, it would have stayed on. Asking what the combustible is? It's not combustible. It's this is a springer, which means it uses a spring to push air out and shoot the projectile. Someone has modded one to take a Roboman Nomad tank, which is a HPA dump tank. So if you instead would like to use HPA to fire your shells at people, that is an option. Uh-oh. I partially assembled this part just to test fit it, and it would appear that... There we go. Okay. And it's a little firmly stuck together. Ah! There we go. These are not my prints, funny enough, but it is my hardware that I put together. Hold on a minute, my audio is a bit loud. It is my hardware that I put together for the beta testers, which, funny enough, I went through and put hardware together for 5 beta testers to have kits, and then I myself didn't actually take part in the beta test because with the unemployment and everything, I've had to prioritize my my expenditures on projects, and this was just not a high priority choice for me. So anyway, where do I start? I should probably start by looking at the assembly guide that I have pulled up on my other monitor. The monitor that is now blocked by the... Who is pinging me? Who is pinging me? Blocked by the Instagram phone. Not a biggie. Everybody's gonna go to sleep. Unless you're weird. Anyway, so the assembly guide, because I have built a battle axe before. Another Another Sillybutts spring-powered shell blaster. I built one of these. This was ages ago. This was actually the beta file set. Built one, and then so I have like an approximate idea of some of his design decisions. The difference with this one, if you notice, is it uses a regular box-style mag that you load from the top. I think I meant to take the spring out for storage. Versus the Breacher will be a tube mag. It'll be a regular, you know, like, pump-action shotgun style setup. That can go over here. I'll put that back later. So yeah. Let's see. There's probably... I probably have to do a bunch of print cleanup, because allegedly prints need some cleanup, which, I mean, given some of the wispiness and whatnot, I'd believe it. Step 1, get out the work mat so that I don't tear up the desk pad. So, alright, what do the instructions say? Because I'm going to follow the instructions. Last version of the guide. It's got it's a work in progress. Breacher is a complete. Yep. There's a lot of lead in. Alright. Yep. Alright. There's two sizes. Just small spring. People keep pinging me. Why? Could be. Oh my god, learn to type. What do we got here? We got... Ah, bum, we have a lot of small parts. Yeah, I need to do some cleanup on prints. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, it might be... Also, why am I not surprised that that's your handle? That's... Oh, wow, that overhang fucking sucks. I hope I don't have to reprint that. We got screws. I wrote 16 on that one. Good job, me. This is just 12, 50, 20, 25. Well, that's a good sign. That is a random hunk of plastic. Ah. Have I... Well, that doesn't... Okay, yeah, that definitely looks like that's a bit broken off, but that doesn't quite look like it lines up there. I have no idea what this piece is. Bro, what are some of these... Bro, what is this? Who wants to... Like, disclaimer, I didn't print these. Here, YouTube, you get to look too. Look at... Autofocus, please. Look at that. What is that? There we go. What is that? Yeah, you can shit talk him for me, Glennon. That's what is that? Brother, ugh. Like, you have a bamboo. How do you how do you get parts that look like that? Oop, that's multiple O-rings that I should be keeping track of. Like, how do you... This one too. Oh. Moving the light in a little bit. Yeah, look at... Gunny, what is this? Oh my god, I'm gonna need a... Come on, help me autofocus. Bruh! What is that? At least it looks like most of the rest of the stuff is fine. I know what that is. That is... Oh, cool. Hey, look at that. Look at that. There's labeling and shit on there. I love it. That's the catch. Oh, well, good news. There's already an assembled plunger rod right here, which looks like the print on top of it is in better condition than this. So this isn't needed. Fortunately. Circle. Okay. Yeah, this might not be a problem. Ah. But it might be. Who knows? I might have to suffer through this. We love suffering. Oh my god, your support settings also need work. What is this? Actually, why is that spot even supported? Just don't. Don't support that spot. Bruh. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That looks fine. God. Neat looking parts. That looks fine. I don't know what this is. But it looks like it used to be a single piece, kinda. Kinda hard to tell. Like, it definitely used, like... Both of these seem like they were part of something. But they don't really look like they broke off of each other. There's also... this. I don't know. Put it in the bag and hope I don't need it. Tiny stuff. Whatever this is. Wow, that overhang also kind of sucks. Okay, you didn't see that. Alright, small parts in the parts dish. Yeah, I gotta do some print cleanup. Oh, okay. That actually came off without needing the deburring tool. Huh. But I'm going to take the deburring tool to it anyway, because deburring tools are great for doing 3D print cleanup. Ooh. Oh, a little more. There's a little bit of elephant's foot on this that I'm trying to knock down. Just because this is supposed to be the cheek rest. I do know... I know a few things about the build. All the parts. I don't know what this part is, but I know a few things. I know what this is. This looks like it was dinged up in transport, so I'm just going to clean that up. Also, that feels... Yeah, that was printed in Silly's recommended settings. I can tell by it weighing like 3 times as much as it really needs to. I don't know how much of this is the ridge that needs to sit in the part, and how much is brim. Where the Beyblades at? Oh, where the Beyblades at? I just realized you have a top-down view. That's not that impressive. There we go. They're all in here. They're in here, or they're also behind me. Listen, the Beyblades are everywhere. The Beyblades are omnipresent. Also, is that... Oh, not really. Like, it's still kind of scuffed. Just very scuffed. Let me... That part. See, this, kids, is what happens when you print something in PLA, even if it's PLA+, and then you leave it in your car on top of a parking deck in July? August? I forget when NBOR was. In North Carolina. And really, it would have been mostly fine, except for the Velcro strap that I keep on. It actually compressed it and caused most of the problems. Like, I tried to heat it up and melt it back, and honestly, I think because it's PLA Plus and you tend to, like, anneal PLA Plus to get it to work, I think it basically annealed when it warped, and it didn't really want to go back. But yeah, it's fine. This is... I've changed this to be, like, my bulk storage stack now. Because it's just too much to bring to... just anywhere but, like, Andrew's place occasionally. And I replaced it with the smaller stack. So I have just a 2-stack, a nice cookie CAD. Yeah, there we go. Wow, autofocus is doing a terrible job at that. Thank you, autofocus. Yep, and this is my travel case now. This goes to... Every Sunday, this goes to, Springfield Mall, and I get my ass handed to me by children who are much better at this than I am. But that's okay, because I run the event, so who really wins? And yeah, Cookie Cat, I mean, Although, well, this particular one, so this particular spool I got for free, well, okay, it's complicated. It was a buy one, get one. No, buy 3, get 3? Or buy one, get one, whatever. I ordered 6 spools total. One of them was out of stock, so I only got 5 spools in. And they ended up refunding me one of the ones I paid for and sending me this. So really, it was a buy 2, get 4 for free. I don't know how the numbers work out, but it was pretty good. I don't know, I'm happy with Cookie Cat. You get what you pay for, like. It's also Cookie Cat on the latches there that don't quite fit in because I haven't done the trick to get these to fit better. But yeah. Like there's cheaper stuff. But is there prettier stuff? Who is pinging me? I'm sorry, Instagram. I shook the phone. It's Faddle. It's Faddle. Alright, let's see. But yeah. Actually, I had... What else? I had that Sirius 747 that I printed out of all Cookie Cat, but I ended up selling that. Because... I want to turn the file. I want to work on the files and do something different. But I would be better off rebuilding. from the ground up instead of taking the one that I had built and just trying to mess with it. Also, if we really want to talk Cookie Cat, let me make a mistake here and go. Quick refs. I don't have a Cookie Cat problem. I don't have a Cookie Cat problem. It's fine. The real secret is the Cookie Cat is living out here because the rest of the closet is too full of more filament. And Gunpla. There's a lot of Gunpla in that closet. I call it my plastic closet because it's filled with filament and Gunpla. Yeah. Alright. This seems fine. Into the pile. Do I have an organizational method here? I don't. See the amounts you heard? Okay, I mean, yeah. Like, listen, just because... In my defense, the order of, like, 8 spools of New Maker's Pet G that I ordered, out of that, I printed... How many 72 dart shells have I printed out of that? I printed at least 3 72 dart shells out of that, so, like... And then... What else have I done with the Pet G? I mean, learning to print Pet G in general. See, real exciting things, trimming parts down. But yeah, Togani, be better at printing. Like, I don't understand how you own a bamboo and be mid at printing. It's... You bought the cheat code. Oh, so I realized my... Okay, I can go back up a little bit. Yeah, that feels fine. That feels good enough. This. Gonna sneak some parts out of here. Yeah, so that's not the entire hunk of support. You just... That's not the entire support either. I'm pretty sure this doesn't require supports. And yet, here I am, now, having to chase supports out of it. Damn it, Gunny. Okay, that part kind of worked. That... Where's my light? Gunny Prince Light. See what I'm working with here. I imagine that the bars have to go all the way to the end of that, probably. Oh, I forgot there's more prints over there in a box. Marvelous. That doesn't go up in there far enough. And those support settings are also just lame. Why is it so fused? Come on. Oh. Okay, so I'm behind the support. What do I have that might be better for this? Like, let's, first off, grab one of these pieces and see... Okay, well that one immediately found something, caught him. That is mid. Let me try taking one of these threaded rods. Or do I have anything else that I can, like, poke up and... Ooh. I'm gonna try, rather than use something that I need for the build, I'm gonna go grab an aluminum bar I have from, like, a caliburn or something and shove it in there and see if that will help it. And the PLA recycling. I've knocked my water bottle over here. Where is it? One of these? Yeah, okay. Behold, parts. Because of course I have just an array of parts floating around. You know. Why wouldn't I? Well, alright, some of the... Here, before I do that, some of the bigger pieces of filament off my mat. Vacuum. I got a epoxy on my mat. Alright, so I want to just try and, like, knock this a little bit loose. For less suffering. Like, just... But also, hey, I got a piece out. Let's go. That's... Where's my light? There is so much left in there. Like, take one of these bars. See how far... That's how far I have to go. Alright. Please, just get knocked loose and fall out. Make my life easy. The hole is getting a little... Private stream. Oh. Well, dude... If I'm your favorite stream, you must not have many streams to look at. I'm sure... many better streams out there. This is fine. We are going for function. Again, get the work light and just... I don't know how to, like, knock that loose. Maybe... Okay, so, we're gonna do things the jank way. Where's my hammer? Because I shouldn't really be able to damage most of the inside of the print. Because it's printed in Silly's default settings. Oops. I just smacked the shit out of my monitor. That's okay. That's not the first time that's happened. Oh. Oh, you mean, this one. Yeah, severe work in progress. Like, I don't know, Actually, I do have to take it apart at some point, because it started doing weird stuff with the controls, like, more. But the files are really jank. So I need to redo them, which means I need to take the time to redo them before I'll set them out. Alright, hammer. I don't know if that's better. I mean, that's almost there. If I abuse it a little more. Oh. Oh, the webcam's having a bad time. Let me help. Bruh, this webcam. Okay. Yeah, that should be good enough. Anyway, just back in here. Oh, it's close enough. It's almost close enough. What does it look like in there now? Pretty flattened down. I'm almost betting I could take and just, like, gently tap the actual bars into place. Oh, actually, I bet I know what's... Well, no, that's flat bottom. It's not abuse if it's functional or something like that. It is that close. Like, you can see the holes are, like, sorta lined up, but not quite. Let's see if I'm collapsing anything on the inside. No, still just scrunching the supports into compliance. Yeah, see? It's not abuse. It's compliance adjustment. I think it's only 5 p.m. and not, like, any horrendous time of night. We are gently massaging the supports out of the way. I think. Now, gently is a word. The fun part is... Oh, actually, hold on. Stray thought. This bar's not wide enough, so I need to, like, move it back and forth. What if I just grabbed the second bar and stuck them both in at the same time? And also had some Skittles, because I deserve Skittles. Hey, yo. That's kind of tempting. But I don't need a workbench right now. Oh, there we go. 2 bars, 1 slot. Oh. Oh, ooh. Ooh. Hold on, it doesn't really fit. Do I need to... Okay, it fits if you just line it up right. Alright. Alright, so I need to go... not a lot more. For those curious, if you print this with the right settings, this step isn't necessary. But, it is quicker to hit it with a hammer than it is to reprint it. And also, I just don't feel like printing it myself. You know, there's also another pro strat here, which is if I trim down the end of the prime rod so that it fits, we can call that good enough. I'm gonna knock some material off the end of it. I don't even know if this is the correct side prime rod, to be honest. I should probably, like... Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Oh, well, here's a fun fact, Glennon, because I know you're still listening. There is a distinct chance that the wrong size heat sets are in the end of this plunger tube. There is a very quick way to find out. Okay, well, good news. It appears to be the right size. Well, I would think that would thread in further if it were the right size. Maybe it just gets frictiony. That's the wrong bit. Yeah, I think that's still M3 and this brew is just gunked up. Also, wow, these holes are not straight. That's why I don't like this style of heat set. This style of heat set is just way more of a pain. Like, look at that. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Fuck. That is fine. I'll figure out something. Maybe I'll just point a lighter at him and then straighten him out with the long screw and call it good. Alright, anyway, I want to see what I need to do for the prime bars to make sure they're the right way. Plate yourself. Yeah, well, listen, I didn't really have a choice, did I? I was putting those heat sets in Andrew's garage. It's not exactly an optimal environment, and I set it there. I don't like that style of heat sets. They suck, but they're what silly spec for the design, so, like, fuck me, I guess. Alright, where are the prime bars? I need to know... Well, I mean, I had the right tool for the heat set. It's just I had to, like, try and set them flat using the garage floor, when normally I do it on the silicone mat, or... Oh. Lol, Sillybutts is just like, yeah, just use a lighter, my dude. This is whatever. Inside and outside need to be? Fine. What I'm looking for... Where are the priming bars? I need to know which direction they go, so I know which side to, like, massage in with a little bit of force. Okay, so it goes pointing down. Okay, so this is this side. This is... Yep, alright. So I'm going to continue trying the... hitting the bars with a hammer strat. Yeah, definitely not deforming my bars that I think, if I remember correctly, I didn't even want. We're gonna look in here again. Because I'm... Yeah, I don't think I'm compressing that plastic anymore. You know what the next step here is? We get out some diamond files. And we, beating it harder only works sometimes. I'm just gonna... bring this down a hair. Oh, that's crooked as shit. Alright, well. Gunny! Alright, I have an idea. Glennon, you might appreciate this one because it involves some fire. I'm going to take these bars, I'm going to heat them, and then I'm going to hit them. Surely there's nothing wrong with this strategy. Alright. Kids, don't do this at home. Or do. I'm not your parents. Basically just want to heat that face a little bit. And then apply concussive force. And then remove it before the heat sets into anything, and then go back in here and see, have I progressed? Not really. Alright. Technically, I think trying to bring down the base of the bar is probably the better idea. But I don't really feel like doing that. I have a different idea. We're getting out power tools. This is supposed to be simple. Supposed to be easy. Back to your home, hammer. It was supposed to just work. Soup. Aiden has soup. I kind of wish I had soup. Soup is good. What's happening in chat room? Nothing interesting is going on anywhere. Alright, so the theory is that I try and send the drill bit down the hole and scrape out some of that plastic on the bottom. Downside. Oh, okay, never mind. No downside. I was gonna say I need to find a bit that's not too wide, but is still long enough to get into the hole. Suggestive eyebrow waggle. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Hold on a minute. The clutch on my... Oh, there we go. There's a possibility the clutch on my little Bosch here is a little worn out. I have never abused this thing. I have never used this in high gear to drive 2.5-inch deck screws a few hundred at a time. I've never done that. Never. What I'm going to do is just try and very gently take out some of the excess material. I'm not actually trying to drill into it, I'm trying to knock loose material that already doesn't really want to be there. That is the goal. Oh, well, different pair of tweezers. Get out of there. And I think I've actually managed to do that, given the... Oh, look at that! Oh, big ol' hunk of material. Oh, that might be the strat. I get the drills out of my arm. Nobody likes drills up their armpit. Test fit. Alright, it's the closest it's been so far. I'm gonna look down it with my inspection light and see which side I need to, like, poke with. I think the bottom-ish side? Kinda hard to tell, there's... Again, the trick here is not that I want to drill a hole, it's that I want to scrape the excess material out. Because sometimes you have to use the right tool the wrong way to do what needs to be done. Also, keep your workspace clean. Screws can go over here. This little orange bit is trying to escape the bits holder. Oh! Are we... We're nearly there. I'm gonna give it a little bit more of a scrape. There we go. Yeah, really, you would want, like, a side cutting bit or something, like a side... I don't know the term, I'm not a machinist or anything, but you would want something that... Like, a drill bit is meant to go into a hole and drill through. You would want something where the flutes stick out a bit and you're actually trying to take material off as you move it across something. That's okay. I think we're good. I think this hole doesn't quite line up, but this one is, like, spot on where it needs to be. So, we can work with that. Alright. We're back to this side. This side still has a bit in right there. It no longer has a bit in right there. I hope these bearings are going to fit in where they need to. What are we working with? It's pointing towards the back. Honestly, I'm going to try just... Oops. That's the, You know what? Here's another trick. I'm going to stick this in and see how far it sticks out, and know that if I'm going further than that, I shouldn't. Like that. This is fine. That doesn't go all the way up there. That sticks out there. I don't know if this is part of the support or what. Smack it a little bit. Those tweezers are not beefy enough. Yeah, that one I can see I got a little bit aggressive with. Oh, there we go. That knocked that piece of crud out of there. Come on. And then the bottom side needs a little... So much crud in here. Get the other bar out here. Nearly. Like it is. Nearly where it needs to be. And we're there a lot faster than the first one. All the excess purple plastic off my work mat. Because there's a lot of it. Alright, which side is it a little high on? The middle. The middle, where there aren't two holes slightly accidentally existing there. That's not really clearing that. Not really clearing that persistent bit out that I need to, like, just... Wish I had a way to better scrape it out. That's the wrong side. We want this side. Alright, this is the point where I may actually get the bars and give it a little smacking because I think it needs just a little bit of rearrangement. And I put the... Shame on me, I put the hammer away. Alright. There we go. Just needs the plastic a little smooshed down. That's still the wrong side. I pick up the wrong side every time. I believe that... Yep, alright. Yay, we did print cleanup on that part. We're over an hour in. Let's go. Well, no, I guess we're an hour in. Anything exciting happening over here? Someone joins as I get through just one of the annoying bits. Congratulations to whoever's joining to watch me vacuum plastic off my work mat. Alright, what is the next... I'm gonna leave the drills out. Because who knows, I might... actually, I say out, but it's gonna sit right there. Alright. Oh. Yeah, I know what else needs supports removed. These should be easier, because at the very least... Process... I mean, the red ones aren't bad. Like, they don't have supports. They're just very stringy. But, watch, you just taken... I own a heat gun. I could just use the heat gun and do that. But this is in my hand already. There are, like, a bunch of, like, scuff marks all over the red prints that... Fuck do you want? Reduce screen timeout? No. Go away, Android. I don't care. Android, the screen is on because I have a live stream going. Like... I can even take down some of the scuff marks that are just from it living in a bag in the back of your car for, who knows how long it's lived back there. Yeah. Let's see, when was Breacher released, and then add a half a month onto that? Ugh, this is... I should probably get the heat gun out and just hit a bunch of these. But this is a little better for spot application. Also, what I probably need to do is run the... Get my bottle cleaning brush and run it through here to take the stringiness out of the muzzle. Oh, okay, yeah, so here's more of the scuff marks. Can I, like... The lighter only does so much for the scuff marks. Like, for the uninitiated, if you have a thermoplastic, like any 3D printer filament, thermo meaning heat, plastic, and you get, like, stress marks on it from, like, bending apart or something, what you can do is take a heat source and go over it a little bit, and it will help remove some of the appearance of the stretch mark. It may not always completely remove it, but it will help. Likewise, to go with that tip, if you are super gluing a plastic or something, and, you know, with super glue you can end up with, like, the white haziness on it afterwards from just it oxidizing or whatnot, silicone oil or silicone grease. Put a little bit on a paper towel, rub it over that spot. It'll get rid of it. Like, your thing will be, like, a little bit oily / greasy, but if the visibility is better than the hand feel or whatever, that helps. Yeah, Glennon, I think for the most part, like, this one is a stupid snug fit on the tube, which I think is actually a pretty useful thing. But other than that, I think most of the red prints just have being scuffed up from living in your car, but You know, hey, people pay for pre-stressed jeans. You have pre-stressed breacher. Oh, okay. There was another purple bit of support right here. But I think I can mostly just... I will admit, this needed supports, but... I feel like the supports didn't do that great of a job. That'll be fine. Worst case, I take a little bit of a file to it. Let's see. Red part. It's just stringy. All right. You know what? I am actually. I'm tired of using the lighter for this. I'm getting out the heat gun. Behold, it is a Ryobi tool in Donut's house. Wow. Surprise.mp3. I got my backpack in the way of my drawer. Oh, actually. I'm also going to put the smaller nozzle on it. I don't want to just heat up more than... Come on. Are you shitting me? Okay, that battery's dead. Back of it. We have a fresh battery. Oh, yeah. Come on. There we go. Pointing that mostly at my hands. That sucks. I'm just trying to take down a lot of the stringing. Ideally, you could also take a, after you've done this, you could take a stiff fiber brush or even a brass brush and hit up a lot of this to remove the strings and their little giblets they leave left over after you heated them a bit. The closest thing I have is my water bottle brush, and I'm not about to use that on 3D print because I use that to clean my water bottles. I know, what a concept. So I just gotta kind of go around it. Yeah, that filament looks really good on camera. Looks really good in person too, but damn. Damn, the camera really does things for that. Alright. Another red part. Just more stringing. Ow. Wanted that at my hand a little more than I meant to. Yeah, see, this is why, like, even if I could fit a bunch of these parts on a single plate, I wouldn't print them all at the same time, because I would just like to reduce the possibility of stringing that's going to, like, be increased by jumping between multiple parts per plate. Or at the very least, I would just give up some efficiency and do print by part instead of print by layer. Alright, we got more stuff. That doesn't have stringing, it's just very... That should be flat. I don't know what happened. It is not flat anymore. What do we got? We got a couple more red parts for treatment. This one, minimal stringing. I'm not even gonna bother dealing anything to it. Yeah, just. I've been pinged. There. Bro knows, yeah. This one... On that top surface. Like, that top surface is really nice, even if some of the outer surface is a little iffy. Gunny, if you ever hear this, there's an art called Don't Slow Down Outer Walls. Use that. Because you end up with spots like you can see right here where there's a little bit of a shininess difference. What that is that is the outer layer changing speeds because of, well, any number of things. Probably because there's mostly the shape is now different at that layer than it is the layers before and after. If you turn on Don't Slow Down Outer Wall, it keeps the outer walls all going the same speed and helps that to look more consistent. At least I'm pretty sure Orca should have that in it, or Bamboo. I know Orca has it. And if Bamboo doesn't have it, shame on them. TTS time. Oh no, I could always put the stream on hold for TTS. I finally napped it. What was that ping? Do you own a Prometheus battery? Andrew might have a Prometheus battery. He has a Prometheus. The fact that this part... The fact that this is a support surface is crazy. Like, I think I would have just made this circle a spacer in between the other parts. Or made the other... Yeah, honestly, this is meant to go to, like, here. Why would you have not just made this stick out further? I think that's what I would have done. But... Ah. What's going on up here? There's a layer line right there I just felt. Alright. I was not in any of those images. Alright. Where'd that O-ring go? I should glue that in now so I don't... Actually, I don't even need to glue this one in. That's gonna be smushed between parts. I should probably leave it out until I do that, where I'm not going to glue it. Alright, more support removal. Honestly, this might end up a two-parter stream because this print prep is taking a lot more effort than I thought it would. Oh my god, this is the entire length? Oh, Gunny! So there are built-in supports for this part. But I think he also turned on tree supports, because there's trees inside of the support pieces here. Oh! This is why taking on other people's projects sucks. At least if, like... If you print something yourself, you know what to expect. Or if you started the project, but as soon as you have to, like, follow behind someone else, you end up with so many mystery things that turn out to just suck. That's like, what do you do? No, I'm pulling this razor knife very close to my hands. Don't do that. About to do it a second time. You see, the secret is, if I end up with a razor knife in my thumb, I have an excuse to end the stream early. Ah, this sucks so much. Hold on, party trick. Nope. I was hoping that maybe if I flexed it, it would snap off the parts. It did not. And okay, I thought it was bleeding for a second. That sounded suspiciously like I broke the piece. That's because I did! Let's go! I pushed on it in a way that I shouldn't have, and the support was stronger than the actual part. We love it. God damn it. I might draw the line at that part and just tell him reprint that piece. There's a certain point where you have to cut your losses. And me realizing right there exactly what the situation with that print was the moment where I realized that. This one isn't the entire length, so I'm more willing to try and deal with it. There's also more brim that I have to cut off of here. Keyword here is trying to deal with it. There we go. Okay. There's also the distinct possibility that after I get the supports like this baseline off of here, that they just don't fit on because there's too much support material blobbing up everything. It's like I'm trying to just chop out the chunks of absolutely... The chunks of We Are One Now support material. Have been assimilated. Like, Gunny, your support settings are killing me. Like this, I'm gonna take a random part and see if this, like... Funny enough, I think that is actually the part that's supposed to go onto, based on the hole spacing. Well, it... Can't really tell where those holes are after the... No, that's not it. The holes aren't the right spacing. Like, there's not many things that can be for. But anyway, that seems like it fits. So now I'll try the other side. As awful as this one seems, too. I also just noticed that down the length of here is... a hunk of material. On that side, it's clear. Alright, so back to this. There. Take a hunk of material out. Get a better view in here. They're like... Ah, there's something, like, on this part that... Oh. I swear, if he's using fucking glue stick on his bamboo, in addition to everything else... You see, if there were not tree supports in the middle of this where they're not supposed to be, you could get the pair of pliers just into the middle, like, row of space and just tear the bits out. But because there is stuff where it's not supposed to be, it sucks. Oh, so the part that's really on me for this is I waited till 5 to do this stream. Because, well, that's what the vote said on my Patreon. And by votes, I mean the one vote that I'm pretty sure is just Calvin. Because I don't know, for some reason I think it's not showing free members the poll that I... Don't mind my Skittles. The poll that I said was also for free members, so whatever. There we go. Oh, that was such a good, like, bit of work that just happened right there. I managed to get the bladed knife on... Sorry, I just watched that piece of filament go that way somewhere. It lives on the couch that I don't use now. This... Okay, that kind of hurt, pushing my thumb against that part. You know, I really thought I was actually going to be building this tonight, not prepping prints. It is already, like, 6:30. I'm still working on prints. Because they were printed wrong. And what this really is this is a lesson to anybody who's printing files and stuff that aren't their own files. You didn't make the files, you don't know what you're doing. Listen to what the designer says to do. Because turns out, a lot of the time, I won't say all the time, but a lot of the time, the person who made the files knows what needs to be done to accommodate those files. That is the back in time. Like, that's just the reality of the situation, is if they made the files, they probably have a better idea than, at the very least, your slicer does of what settings are needed. And so you should, anytime you download something off of, you know what, the only one I actually feel like mentioning is Printables, because I feel like they're the only not shit 3D file website nowadays. When you go download your file off of Printables, just scroll down, and see if the designer left you any instructions for printing it. Chances are they did. And that's applicable to, like, not even this Nerf-specific stuff, but, like, just random shit. The Shrimp Father. Oh, hello there. I do not recognize that name. I don't know who you are, but, hello. You're here in time for my rant about following designer recommendations for print settings, because I've been struggling now with files printed by somebody who did not follow designer recommendations for print settings. I feel like I should know that name, but I do not know that name, so you'll have to... Did my camera rotate? I just realized my webcam probably rotated when I was hitting stuff with a hammer, because that happens. Yeah, you'll have to... let me know who you are. Unless there's somebody that I don't actually know, in which case, I guess... you know, you don't have to tell me who you are, but yeah. Well, I mean... yeah, for the most part, designers will tell you how to print the thing that they designed. And you should listen to that. Instead of just lining it up in your slicer, giving it a cursory glance and going, that'll do, and sending it. Or saying, you know, it's somebody else's problem now. Because I am that somebody else this time, and now I am shit-talking the dude on the internet. This is ridiculous. Why is some of the... why are these tree supports fused to this? They, like... such a struggle. And it doesn't have to be. They were built-in supports. I could have reached in here with this pair of pliers that's right over here, grabbed them and scrunched them out, and I would have been done. It would have been that. It would have been that's all, folks. Okay. This looks like it at least fits on there. So you know what? That is done. That part is done. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna just... they can... okay, so... next step... is I probably have to... suffer the consequences of my actions with this... the heat sets on this... plunger tube, or... actually, yeah, hold on. Let me see where else heat sets need to go. Because I know there's a second place for heat sets. So if I'm gonna go ahead and get out the heat set iron. Are you kidding me? Oh. Apparently there are two versions of the lifter file. I got the one you gotta sand to adjust it. Instead of just tightening some screws. Yay. Oh! Okay, cool. So I probably have seen you around in Discord. I was like, the name was, like, kind of familiar, but not anybody that I, like, think I've really talked to a bunch. Alright, where... There are some heat sets. Where are these heat sets? You know what, actually... Only 3 of these screws are required. I'm gonna try and do this incorrectly. So we're gonna use 3 of these 50mm screws. Do they fit through the hole? Oh no, they kind of... Ooh! You know, normally that wouldn't hurt, but that is exactly the spot where I got a splinter yesterday and had to come home and dig that out of my finger last night, so that really sucked. That really sucked. Oh. That's fine. I'm gonna go yell at Sillybutts that I injured myself building Breacher. It's fault. It's Sillybutts' fault. He did this to me. Incoherent rambling, go. Actually, I think that's the problem, is my rambling is too coherent at times. Makes people uncomfortable. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna cheat, because I have the power of power tools. And turns out when you're putting screws into, like, heat sets, you kind of don't have to really give as much of a shit about tightening them down. Okay, so I know the one that is really crooked is that one. So if I go for this one instead, that should... There's 4 holes, but only 3 screws. Ooh. Eh? Okay, there goes the O-ring. Okay, hold that thought. It's multiple pings. Ow, that screw? That screw is really hot. I don't know if... I have a distinct feeling that these are not... These might not actually be the M3 heat set inserts that, are correct. And that I have just now turned them into M3 heat set inserts. Because the brass is softer than the steel of the screws. Alright, back to finding which one of these is less crooked. Yeah, that is atrocious. Can I... Which one of these was it? They're all a little crooked because this style of heat set sucks. I hate it. Do not like it. If you're using heat sets to build 3D printed things, you should be using... I just realized I'm doing this with the heat gun on. Voron spec heat sets, especially for M3. Those are going to be the M3 by 5 by 4 heat sets. They're just really standard. They're really easy to design around. They're pretty easy to install as far as heat sets go. Just use them. Other styles of heat sets, you know, you have to figure out what the standard is. That they're harder to get a hold of. They really suck to install. I don't advise using them. Right now I'm trying to... I was the one who installed these heat sets previously, and by previously I mean like months ago. But I did it in Andrew's garage, and kinda had to use his floor to try and set them in straight. It didn't work great. As you can see, like, when I screw this in, the screw is at that much of an angle to the part. I think... Alright, the heat gun's not the right tool for this. So we have... my $10... Well, I guess my 10 plus 10. So technically, like... It's a $10 iron with a $10... Like, a $10 tip in it. Is it a $20 heat set tip? I don't know. Anyway, this is what I use for do all my heat sets, because... It's cheap and it works. It does need to be tightened down like every other time I use it, but that's because... Turns out, when you heat metal and cool metal, it expands and contracts. And especially when you have, like, a union of two different metals and whatnot, they expand and contract at different rates, and just, you know, trying to tighten a screw onto something, it's just going to loosen up. It's not going to stay consistent. So, and, you know, it's just part of the territory. Alright, that one is crooked. This one is crooked. This one is crooked. Bruh, I did a terrible job on this. Is this one... This one's also crooked. Let's go! If I hadn't already epoxied this into the end of the tube, this is when I would say... This is when I would go into the files, edit the file to use the heat sets that I prefer. Like I think I might have done on the other one. And then just make it take better heat sets. And then just be like, alright, I'm gonna print this. And really, this print would not take that long to do. Alright, you know what, I gotta cut out some of that plastic. That's... But yeah, now that I've epoxied it into the tube... Yeah, no, you know, $10 iron, because that's all you need. I think this one actually came with some other stuff, whatever. The heat set tip, that's like one of those multi ones that, you can put on whatever size you need for, like, M2 through M8. So if I ever need a heat set, you know, an M8 heat set, I got the thing for it. It just might take a bit. Alright, trimming out more of the plastic from my previous attempts. But yeah, and like technically I do have the tip for my nicer soldering iron to use that, but then I have to like undo that, and I just prefer to have a dedicated iron just for it. Now that I've heated that up, I'm going to put this screw into it and try and use it to You know, while it's still a little warm and flexible, just move it around. Because tip for this doesn't quite fit in these heat sets. I think these are just a looser spec heat set. But it's a little looseny, so trying to like put the tip in and move it around, it's got slop in it. So trying to adjust these to the correct angle like that actually could have really sucked if Oh, what's that? In exchange, trade your darts. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright. That's 2. I really only need 3, again, because for some reason 4 holes, but only takes 3 screws. Alright. That is warm. Screw this in. Use it to set the angle as slightly better as I can. Who's pinging me? Oh. That's an everyone. Okay. And I think that one needs to go in a little bit. Yeah, that one's a little proud. Gotta... Another thing about this specific style of heat set is because they have that flange on the outside, like, yeah, you're getting a flat surface to the heat set itself to, like, try and do something with, but it's also, like, trying to take up so much more space on the material that it is trying to displace more material and just causing problems by doing so. Trim up some of this. Alright, and then this one should be our last one. I don't even have to really do this one, but I'm doing it just because in case I need to have the 4th one. Plus it wouldn't hurt for it to be lined up correctly. Alright, now the trick. I have just had this heat set iron out. Guess what? It's hot. I have unplugged it. Guess what? It's still hot. I need to set this where I will not injure myself by accidentally touching it. Because that sucks. Ask me how I know. I actually just drape it over, like, one of my printers, because it's out of the way. Specifically over, like, the spool holders. And the trick is, make sure it's not, like, leaning against its own power cable, because, that's not good. It is hung up out of the way. What do we got? Anything cooking in the Beyblade server? Anyway, now. Using the OSHA-approved touch test to see, is this hot? So we're going to try this again. Put that O-ring right there. We're going to choose one of these buckos. Just try and smush it in. Alright, there's one started. Two started, so we know that we're, like, mostly lined up. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit, because I don't have to... Yeah, I don't need to really ugga-dugga it. That one is actually, like, sticking out a little bit. I will... Alright! I don't like that that sticks out a little bit as a consequence of not having that fourth screw, but it'll probably be fine. Cool, look at that! Look! Our first... We are... Ah, cool. YouTube is dropping every frame. Very cool. We're, like, technically just under 2 hours in this stream, and we have our first, like, assemblage of parts. Fuck. And I'm definitely not in the right spot in the instructions, so... I'm gonna scroll way up. I just wanted to see where those heat sets were. Alright. We're gonna go... Oh! Oh, I will respond to that later. Alright, so... I found where those other heat sets go. Oh god, there's a bunch of heat sets. Oh, there's so many heat sets. Oh. Oh, you know what? It's okay. I just noticed it in Silly's instructions. He got one of the heat sets stupid crooked, so I feel better. Alright, so anyway. Let me identify what parts here need heat sets. And to do that, I'm just going to chuck all these red parts. Oh, all these. Look at that. Such a good color. It's a shame it costs $50 a kilo. I need part 7. That's part 8. That's part 5. 6. 3. 1. This is, if I remember correctly, Protopasta Blood of My Enemies Red. It is the, well, was the signature color. I found 7. It was the signature color of the guy I'm building this for. Until he discovered, you know, well, till eventually he decided that, you know, just paying for it for a bunch of new builds, especially stuff like Breacher that takes a lot of plastic, was just starting to add up a bit much. And he found an alternative in, trying to see if I have a hunk of it floating around that I can show you. New Makers, hold on, I'm blanking on the color. Let me go look. Where is it? Here, there we go. Alright. There, his new color that he is, his new budget color. How does this look on camera? Well, that looks pretty good on camera. It's a little embellished, but, you know, it's kind of close. This is New Maker's PLA Plus Imperial Red. It's actually a good bit... on Instagram, the color's a bit closer. It's a bit more vibrant on camera right here than it should be. If I get it... Here, hold on. Yeah, still a little bit more reddish. It's more maroon. In real life, but yeah, that's his new color. Keep going. He had me print of a drum in this color. Well, this and Thanos purple. And the big difference is in the quantities that I order New Makers in. We get it for $14 a kilo, which is a much more a much easier price to work with, especially for just a lot of projects. Okay, I need 4, which is this part. So 7, 4. Oh yeah, nuclear red is great. I have nuclear red on my big Greg. I'll pull some of it over so you can get a comparison. Okay. I really should just go get the spool, but this is funnier. Okay, so here is how the nuclear red looks on camera. Yeah, it looks a little, yeah. And then nuclear red, but I don't know where the spool of it is. Oh, it's right there, blind. Alright. And then also to compare it, we have nuclear... Oh, there we go. That's more accurate to the color. Nuclear red here, and then imperial red here. And then there's nuclear red ones printed if I turn the... Yeah. So, like, nuclear red is great if you want, basically, you want, like, a Lego red. Like, that nice, vibrant, just, it's red. You know, red, that's what it is. Imperial red is definitely more maroon leaning. More subtle, not as harsh at times. Just more subdued. Alright. No, I'm getting Big Greg off of the thing here, because Big Greg does not fit, anywhere. Big Greg. Oh, okay, I think that wasn't me. It's the sound of something falling, but I think it wasn't me that did it. Anyway, we have 7, we have 4. This piece. Is this it? Yeah, 1. Trying to... 2. Okay. Gently toss all the parts over there. So, this is where I get out the heat sets that I don't like, because they suck. Do they go into those 4 holes? They do. Alright. So, This is where I would use a parts tray to organize these, but I put these in my parts tray. I do. That's not gonna work. Alright. Trying to keep the smaller parts together. So, actually, if I had a small box, is that a ping? If I had a small container, because all these are, I'm already putting all the parts in a box. If I had a smaller box to put small parts into, or a larger bag. What the shit? Oh. That was weird. Okay. There we go. Bigger plastic bag for parts. Oh, so I know what that was. That was... Oh, this bag kind of sucks, but that's okay. But look at this. Actually, there we go. That bag for that size parts. The bigger bag for, like, slightly bigger parts. See, this is why you just keep bags. I try to never throw away plastic bags that at least don't have holes in them, because I know I can find something to do with them. And also because that way I feel less bad about the fact that plastic recycling at a consumer-facing level is a scam. But, yeah. Oops. Okay, small... There we go. Alright, all the smaller plastic bits have a place to live. I can now chuck the rest into that box. Oh, yeah, you gotta have a bag to hold your bags, and then at some point you start diversifying your bag to hold your bags, and you're like, bag for this bag, or for this size bags, bag for this other bags. Yeah. The real great thing is when you order stuff from McMaster-Carr and you get, like, the really big, but, like, decent thickness Ziplocs, it's like, oh, it's good times. Alright, so, what I'm trying to do right here is fish out M3. Okay. So the smaller ones are M3. And you know what? This is a good time to show what I'm talking about. So the heat sets that I like look like this. I'm gonna show. No. Instagram gets to see it first. Yeah, you know. That style versus like this. Like, look how much just bigger and, like, more annoyingly shaped that is. Here, I'll hold them together. And, like, the fact is that, like, auto zoom sucks, or autofocus sucks. Come on. Yeah. Even though the one is so much bigger, the teeth on it are so much less aggressive that it's not even really going to have more holding power. It's just bulkier. Takes more effort to put into the print because there's more thermal mass and it's shaped less efficiently. Yeah. The only real benefit was that, like, Out of Darts was already stocking those, but then Out of Darts also started doing stuff like the Super Drum, which uses boron heat sets, and then Out of Darts was stocking that size of heat sets as well, so it's like, it's kind of, no, there's no point anymore. Anyway, give me a second. That alarm was that I needed to tell somebody to do something. I had to set a reminder for myself to remind somebody else. Alright. It's the return of Mr. Heatset Iron. Our favorite companion. Alright. Finding the outlet in my desk via blind fingers. Quick vacuuming of the work mat. Keep that stray plastic contained and just out of my way. So, 4 M3 heat sets for this one. And the real awkward bit is it's not going to be the same size heat set tip that I need for M3 and the number 8 heat sets. So I'm going to have to change heat set tips somewhere in the process. And that's just going to be annoying. Alright, so, if I remember these correctly, I'm just going to turn the heat up a little bit. So, we're gonna try... It's been a while since like I said, it's been several months since I did the previous round of heat sets in the other piece. I might have still been employed back when that happened. Been a while, I don't remember. I'd have to check the Breacher logs, but yeah. My strat is I just take the iron, put the heat set on there, and then, send it in. Alright, and now, I realized off camera a little bit, I use my desk surface, because my desk surface is heat resistant and flat. And that lets me push the heat set in and have it be flat. Instagram can't see shit right now, but that's okay. Oh, that looks so much better. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at... I'm gonna flex how good that looks. Look at the... Oh! Clean with it. Like, you can't... You can see there's no extra plastic on the sides, and when I flip it that way, the autofocus goes balls down, but you can, Yeah! Oh, okay. So it turns out, maybe they're not so bad if you have a proper... a card table in your friend's garage. In the middle of a mod party. But I'm still gonna say that the Voron ones are better. Like, I think the only upside to these was that Out of Darts was stalking them. And now that upside is gone. Yeah, okay. Which I do feel better now that there's going to be like another 20 going in, that I can at least do a decent job with that. Instead of having to settle. I will say I'm pretty sure, it's been a while since I looked, but I think that the holes on the end of the plunger tube might also not have been optimized like this, because that was from the, what, second beta file set? So that might have also caused problems, so, you know, congrats to Silly for at least, you know, being able to optimize the file for it. Alright, looking at my instructions. Remember, kids, follow the instructions. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. Alright. That part can go over there next to my Skittles bag. Next is this one. Yeah. Still a flat surface. And you see, the pro tip is to not accidentally touch the iron when you're doing like I am and bringing the tip up to it for the insert. Because that hurts. That part is also not all that flat. Oh, wait, that one actually needs to be, like, sunk in a little bit, or... I think that's fine. Like, I think all of his pictures show them sunk in a little bit. Let me... Yeah, none of... no, those are pictured... Me having a moment when I realized that maybe they need to be countersunk instead of flush. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, these need to go into here. So, the problem with this one is that is an angled surface, and these need to go in straight. So, I'm going to have to eyeball this one a little bit. It needs to be the middle holes? The middle holes. There are like 6 holes here. Alright. I'll still push this down like this because even though the heat set isn't flush to the surface, this is making sure that the plastic that sort of oozes out a little bit as you put the heat set in doesn't like end up oozing out and being sticking out from the surface. That the plastic at the very least will be recessed in. And the good news with those is they don't have to be super perfect because they're just for holding the muzzle on. Wow. That is my phone complaining that it is. No, that is running out of battery. Don't worry, Instagram. I've plugged in the phone, so you'll continue to get some stunning footage of me not doing shit on camera. I am going to take and bend this a little bit. Just... There. Another M3 for the front surface here. Into the middle hole. Trying to just eyeball the way to victory. Does look a bit cross-eyed right now. Alright, and then onto the table surface to smush the plastic in. I may need to... Yeah, there we go. When in doubt, a little trim up with a razor knife. Make sure everything is... Yeah, do what it needs to. Yeah, that'll do that. I might need to straighten this one out. Don't want to fidget. Here, you know what? Test fit. Muzzle with nothing to really align it on there. Like there's a couple of holes here. Are these supposed to be for something? I don't know. What if I take it and put a screw hole through here? Okay, well that screw goes in. Way too long a screw, don't... Basically, I'm just trying to see if the holes, like, line up in a way that it's going to... That one points downhill a little bit. But... it goes on. This was in here, this was there, this was over here. Yeah, they do still look a little cross-eyed. Okay. There we go. That one is good. Back with the prints. Alright, so now I need to start doing these awful... That has a screw in it already. Number 8 heat sets, which I could probably do with this heat set tip, but it'd be a lot easier if I used one that fit it better. So I am going to look into my wondrous things here. Am I gonna get lucky and this is it? Oh, okay. That is an M4. So if you have an M4 heatset tip, looks like that fits number 8. I'm blanking. I'm blanking. Number 8 heatsets. Nope. Well enough to be used. There we go. And I'm going to just speed up this process by taking that off. This one isn't hot yet, so I can thread it on. And you can actually see it went from a nice bright... Oh, it's crooked. Wait a minute, it's crooked. Oh, my heatset tip is crooked. Damn. You can see it went from a nice bright brass to now like a darker orangey color. Yeah. I apparently haven't used M4 yet. But now I have. Alright, plug it back in. It's saying go for this one. And this one is going to need 2 heatsets. So I haven't done this size before, but my process is the same of put the heatset on the tip, put it in, and sort of just a little bit of a wiggle motion. But just trying to eyeball straightness as I just apply even force to it. Get it down about flush, and then push it down onto a flat, heat-resistant surface to set the heat set flat to the plastic surface, and also smush down any of the oozed-out plastic to also be flat to the surface. And that should be... Yeah, it looks like the heatset might be a little proud. Yeah, the heatset is actually sticking out just a smidge. I might need to... I'm going to apply a little inward pressure. What can happen is as you put in a heatset insert, the molten plastic behind it can kind of be pulled up and resist the heatset moving inward, and instead, like, exert an outward force on it. So that's also what pushing this down on a flat surface does, is helps hold the heatset where you want it to be until that force is dissipated. Now I look across it, I see it's below the surface, and I move the next one. What should be at the top. Slightly below, no. Slightly below the surface. And then push down. I also move it around on the desk so that even though it's a heat-resistant surface, I'm not letting heat sit in one, like, concentrated spot on my desk surface. Yeah. And there we go. Those are sunk in just shy of the surface. Next. Silly actually recommends installing these heat sets while on some threaded rod already, because that helps avoid any of the pooled up plastic getting in the way of the threaded rod. I'm not really worried about that. There is enough stringing inside the holes that I don't think a little bit of pulled up plastic is really going to be an issue. I do think the hole fitment on these is loose enough that I probably could, like, if I had a hammer and tap, I could probably just push, like, hammer these in instead of heat setting them. Alright, that one is in. Is it straight? I will actually grab a bit of the threaded rod and thread it in now, and use that to help set the straightness. Yes, that is a useful thing to do. Assuming that my threaded rod doesn't need to be... have its threads cleaned up, which I... Bruh. Both ends? Okay, well, remember I said assuming? Alright, well. I can see that this is not straight. It leans a little bit. That way. Which, as I insert the iron in, I can actually see that for myself. Now we'll thread the rod in, see how it goes in. Still could be a little more that way, but I don't think it's really going to be that big of a problem. If anything, it'll add a little bit of tension on it. In this particular one. Alright, that heat set tip is cool now, so I can put that off the side out of the way. Flush beneath the surface. Thread rod in. That's not the one with the cleaned up end, so I've just wasted time. This one was crooked, but you've noticed I've just bent it out of the way there. It's still a little crooked. Again, these don't have to be perfect because you're going to thread the rod in from the other side, and then, like, this is just going to hold it in tension. What is next? Threaded rod can go over here for me to have to put work into cleaning them up because I did a kind of mid-job when I made the beta hardware. Because, spoiler alert. Well, I went over it already, but I was the one who did... I did like 5 beta kits in the Maryland area. I'm confused because this is the same part twice. Alright. Oh. Okay, that's all the heat sets. So we can put this away. Yeah, for the Maryland area, I actually did, what, 5 total hardware kits. For beta testing. Beta 2, I think. Sourced them. And didn't even actually participate in the beta at all. Kind of funny, all things considered. So for the hardware, at least, if any of this hardware is messed up, it's my fault. And I get to just complain about myself. Alright, we are 2.5 hours in, and we are at the grip. Get a grip! Right, so I need this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, oops, and this piece. And I'm now also going to need a Phillips head bit. Because these awful, self-tapping screws, which are really great, they cost a lot more if you get them in anything but Phillips. And I mean, like, 4 times the price. Otherwise, I would have ordered them in Torx, because Torx is just better. Alright. The heat gun I can put away. I probably don't need it. Though now that I've said that, there's a high chance that I'll need it. For these screws, is this a good bit? Or that's a good bit. Like, this one works, but I think that's the better bit. I should really reprint that broken piece, but I just haven't. Alright. For this, we're going to turn the torque down a little bit. I don't feel like screwing up any plastic bits. So this is going to go together like any Sillybutts grip, really. Take just one there. Once we put the trigger guard on. Oop. Alright. Some of these holes probably should be drilled out to help the screw. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Don't, Yeah, some of the through holes could probably use being drilled out so that the screw actually spins through them instead of catching through them. Alright, I'll get the drill bits. I was kind of trying not to, but... just something you gotta do. So I want the closest bit that is going to, like... There we go. And then I'm not even gonna put the bit in the drill, where these are just thin parts. I'm just gonna hand drill them. Turn the torque back down to a reasonable number on here. Put the screw in. Okay, there we go. It now has snugged up that piece better. Go ahead and do the same on this hole. This hole, even though on the first side it worked fine. Just gonna, you know. Alright. So I believe next is the, yeah. One of these little spacers, like, used to be used in all the slug blasters. That's just gonna sit in that hole. The trigger is going to sit above there. And then this panel is going to sit on the other side. And bam, you have a trigger assembly. Just 2 more screws. Oh. There, see, it can still catch the edge of the piece there and, like, try and space it out, gap it out a little bit. That's fine. A little bit warped out, or is that just... And probably send that a little tighter. Nope. Alright. I'll try not to scrape that out. Alright. We have a grip. Assemble the stock. Good question. What is it? Ah! Stock. And this other angled piece. There's 2 holes there that need something done with them. Is that not important? Oh, nope, there are through holes all the way through. So, same deal, I'm going... I found it. Those 2 holes up top are not for screws. Hold on. There we go, that's how you drill out a hole right there. So. Am I in the... Yeah, see, that's why I don't like Phillips. Phillips is too easy to, like... It's just not the right angle and just... turn, you know, stuff working perfectly fine into stuff working not at all. Alright. God, that top surface is so good. Look at it. This top surface brought to you by Bamboo. Alright, stock is done. It's a shame. Top surface is good. Bunch of the other stuff he did, not good. Next, I will need this here. One of these. And is this it? This is it. The catch guide or whatever. Oh, this even says back on it. I have to go back. Put it down like that. You take a couple of these here springs, which I think I gave everybody like at least 2 extras, because that's how the numbers worked out. There are these little nubs on here that should be making this easy, and they're not really. Alright, there's one side. Now the problem is, as I try and put the second side in, that side is going to try and fly out and shoot across the room. That's why I'm going to try and put my thumb here and stop that from happening. Alright, I'm not even gonna fuck with it past that. There we go. Alright, so, yeah. Very quickly, cover it up. Keep the springs from escaping. Now, unfortunately, I need to uncover it. Alright, this can go back. Yay, Phillips. I maybe could have put some grease on that just to make sure it moved freely, but I don't think it's really required. Alright. Yeah, like... And we can even... Yep. We have a plunger rod. We have a plunger rod facing the correct direction. And then... Ta-da! Alright, that is assembled. Lubricate the front surface of the catch. I mean... Alright, I guess. Because, yeah, when that's in the blaster, and there will be, like, tension on it and stuff. So I should, you know. I was just ranting very shortly ago about how you should listen to the designer of the files, because they generally know what they're talking about. I'm going to take my own advice here and actually do that. So, I could go find my thing of slug slime or moose spit or whatever it is. I just have some silicone oil here that I use for assembling super drums. I'm going to take a little dollop of that and just go over the front surface. And it should be suitably slimy now. Might take an also... That's probably too much. Do the pro strat of, you know, the back surface of this is the front surface of that. Yep, that was too much. But it's okay. Because this is now greasy. As is my finger. Alright, that can go back. This can go back on. There we go. I followed the instructions. That is flat to that surface. I guess the trick now, I'll pull against here and... well, when I pull against it real hard, does take... Oh, I'm doing it the wrong direction, but that did not take much force, so yep. Okay. Next. Oh, okay, the one with a spacer. Well, this isn't using the spacer file, so... that is whatever. Okay, sear and surrounding parts. I need... I'm gonna move these off of the desk before I knock them on the floor, and one of them, like... well, some of the delicate bits or whatever decide to disappear. Is this the correct piece? No. Oh, this is... is there a smaller piece? Ah! This is... so, you know, I bet if I scroll down a little bit, it will tell me what the numbers are? Maybe. It doesn't. He took these pictures before he had numbers on all the parts. Silly, what is this? Alright, I need this part and this part. I need this part. Ah, my ears. Okay, give me a second. I gotta go look at something. Do I like option 1 or option 2 better? Remember, stay hydrated. LTT store. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Hmm. So, he says strong spring, which is code for doubling up. Well, I'm gonna try just one, because in the beta there wasn't. Okay, well, this doesn't even have a hole for the spring in it, so... Yay. How's that supposed to work? There's... Are you kidding me? Are these the right parts? Let me... Yeah, that part. And that part. Really? Like, yeah, that's... Ah, okay, well, we might have hit our first actual, like, can't proceed roadblock. Which is that, this version of the Seer does not have a hole in it for the spring to sit in. And that wouldn't be too much of a problem. Except these two pieces also, whichever one holds the spring, looks like this one. This one appears to also not have a hole for the spring to sit in. And, like, if either one of them had the hole, that'd be fine, because it would sit there. Neither of them have the hole for the spring to sit in. So I guess I am downloading the, It's a shame, because this part is printing quite nice. That top layer is... Is that better than my top layers? I don't know. But, yeah. Cool, okay, so I have to skip over that. Let me, I guess I'll mark that on this one, need new. So that's annoying. So that's gonna be a, well, stop the, not, honestly, I might stop there. We're at about 3 hours. That goes together like that. Kind of weird there's nothing like keying these two parts together as well. Oh, that's annoying. It was starting to go well, and then like can't actually continue until we have a new seer, which might be like a 30-minute print, but I'm not gonna have a printer going in the background for... Well, I also need to change out my nozzle because I have a 0.8 nozzle in right now. Let me go to the files. Let the roller, shell stop, ejector, shell stop, sear arm. Okay, yeah, this one has the hole in it. Open an orca slicer. Here, we can have a tangent as I pop open orca slicer, which I apparently already had open. Alright. Plus standard. What does Silly say I need to print this at? Okay. Orange. Alright, sear arm needs to be only 20% 5 walls. Honestly, I might be able to print this with the 0.8 nozzle, because we do 3, we do 20%, or 5 bottom, 5 top. Slice it. How does it do? I'm nervous about what it's going to try and do around the wall hole. Honestly... Oh, that's the text. I was like, what is this? Yeah, honestly, I could leave the... I could leave the 0.5 nozzle in there. Or 0.8 nozzle. And then just do this. Three walls is basically the same thing as if I did 6. Oh, wait a minute. Quality. Yeah, so that's all set up, so that's, I could even do... if I did 4 walls, it would make the pathing weird. But yeah, this wouldn't be bad. This is 15 and a half minute print with a 0.8 nozzle. I don't know how this little hooky bit right here, the spring is supposed to sit on. I do worry about that. Drag it down here. Oh, it comes completely last and says, yeah, let me just add that little tidbit. Warning, the stream's current bit rate. Yeah, thank you, YouTube. Don't warn me. It's your fault. Like, it's not my fault. I have, like, 200-300 up. I'm not the issue. You are the issue. Yeah, I would do this with the 0.8 nozzle, but I worry about that part. I think... Bruh, quit complaining. Hey, silly. Yeah, it was going well. I had stuff assembled. You know... it was going well. And then it turns out, if you'll notice, there's no hole. I don't know if this was maybe, like, very early revision or whatnot. But yeah, the dude who printed the version it doesn't have a hole for the spring. And, part 6 also doesn't have the hole for the spring, so I think it's a newer part 6, or body 6, whatever. Yeah, I'm assuming that YouTube, I need you to shove it, stop dropping. I'm assuming Matt Holden. Oh! Okay, give me a second. Where is this hole exact? So the hole is, like... kinda even with this bit. Like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I just figured better to have it. I wonder how many walls he printed this in, because it feels heavy. But I don't know if it's suggested print settings heavy or not. Yeah, let me... You know, I'm glad you said that, because I was getting ready to, you know, just be like, yeah, I gotta skip this for now. But yeah, I will absolutely just shove a hole in there. I even have the drill bits on the desk. It's not like I haven't already used the drill on part of this that shouldn't have involved it. So I think I need the hole, like, right there-ish. I could. I could. But I don't think I actually have any extra threaded rod. And I already need to, like, clean up the ends of these, because whoever made the beta hardware that I'm working with, kinda didn't do it. I think maybe what I'll do, I'll shove a small hole in. And then, like, see... Even use the hand drill so I don't, you know, go too crazy. And also I'm just holding it. Yeah, see, I probably don't have to go super deep, and just enough circumference for the spring to sort of sit into nicely. Yeah. Let's see. This one. Oh, that's spot on. All right. Kids. Oh, you know what? There we go. I don't even have to hold this in my hand. I'm still kind of holding it in my hand. Kids, don't do this. Always properly hold your workpiece. I need to go deeper. Oh, that's even got like a little... Oh! That's even... There we go. I think I'm gonna go a little deeper just because it's like tipping out that one side, so if I lean it this way a little bit. There we go. And imagine I wanted to reprint the entire piece. There we go. I was gonna, like... Yeah, I imagine the hole in the body piece is kinda unnecessary, and it's more just getting the, some way for the spring to sit in this side that's more important. Or at least I hope it's more important, because I don't feel like trying to figure out the, what the placement... Is this on the right side? Hold on a second. Yeah, no, that's the right side. Alright, yeah. Oh, is my super glue glued shut again? I believe it is. Damn it. I need a second pair of pliers to open my super glue. bolt cutters have broken free again. As have my vice grips. Why is everything... Everything's trying to break out of my tool bag. Alright. We got some channel locks. There we go. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm tearing the end of my super glue nozzle off right now. Or... Yep. Okay. See, this is why, another pro gamer tip, don't buy super glue in big containers, because you're going to end up using a very small amount of it, and then it's going to all dry up, or clog up the nozzle, or something else equally just bothersome. Buy just a huge multi-pack of small things, because then you end up using most of it, and then when the last bit dries up, or when this happens, you can be like, okay, on to the next small one. I don't know if there's even any super glue left in here. Besides what was... It feels like there may be a little bit. Give it the old toothpaste move. Yeah, I'm not sure there's even any in here. I should probably just go grab another tube. Oh, no, I see it trying to, like, poke out. There is some left. Come on! I'm putting way too much effort into this super glue. As soon as I saw what trouble the rest of... Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, this, kids, it's what's known as sunk cost fallacy. Just, no. Just... Next super glue. I wasn't lying, by the way. Just buy you some... Like, it costs... It's actually not really that much. You'll notice each one of these is 3 grams. That's... Like, yeah, the amount of packaging involved makes me feel a little bad because it's wasteful. But I feel like it's at least better than, again, when you have a decent-sized container of super glue and it just all dries up and then now 75% of it's unusable. Like, if I remember, this basically did cost the same as a reasonable-sized container. Like, I can go look that up. Let me get that off my desk. What else did I have out? These can go back under here. All the tools I took out to conquer the super glue. Now, let me go look. Typing is hard. Like, okay, so this bulk pack... Well, 24 packs cost me $7.99. which is a total of, what, 3 grams, so like 75 grams of super glue. If you get, like, one of the normalish containers of it, that is, like, 25 grams, that's already, like, $9 if you get, like, Gorilla brand. So, like... yeah. The cost works out. Alright, I have a bit of paper towel here, where I'm about to stab this, because... that's too much paper towel. Like, these have the bit where they're, like, screw on, but I find the foil tends to be just too strong for it to do well, and you end up scrunching up the little tube. Oh, like that, but a little worse. Alright. Now, the whole reason we're here. To put a small bit of super glue actually on the bottom of the spring. If we put the super glue on the spring, we know it's making contact with the spring. Push it down a little bit. Blow over it a little bit. That's gonna sit there while I... you know what? I'm gonna put some effort in. Wipe the excess super glue off the nozzle and then close it. Maybe it'll last longer. Yeah. That's not the right drawer for that screwdriver. Alright. Yeah, so how you been? How's the college experience? Where's my trash can? I found my trash can. Like, hopefully that's been going well for you. Oh. My vacuum is out of battery. Oh, that's good. So yeah, my 2 bouts of college experience were, well, so not bad, and then the second one went better than the first one, but just it was definitely a lot at times, not something that I was really actually well made out for. Yeah. Clear out some of the little bits of plastic there. Alright, so back to what this was trying to tell me to do. This is just saying, put a spacer in here. Make sure this is facing that direction. And put it in here. Ah. Ooh. There we go. And then... which end of this do I want facing together the other way? Wait, this has screw holes. I wanna knock those to size with the hand drill. Get the hand drill a little stuck. There we go. This can go back here. Grab a couple of screws and chuck them down the hole. Are those the right holes? They appear to be. I missed the hole. Try the other one. A little awkward that, like, can't... Oh, hold on. Big brain time. There we go. I was about to say a little awkward you can't sit that down flat, but, Concerning noise.jpg. Loosen. Alright, push this down. Alright. Ooh. That's fine, I shouldn't. There we go. Alright, there we go. One sear assembly. Still so stringy. Alright. What does this say to do next? Yeah, it's saying, and imagine, until you got in here, I was just gonna print a new piece. That's, oh, the detent. Detent goes in the roof hole. Everybody loves a good roof hole. And then it looks like I use a number 4 screw to lock it into place. Okay. Let's say, will it fall out if I don't? It will. But that's good because that means the hole doesn't actually just suck to put it into. You know... What was it I built that had detents that was just a pain to get into a couple spots? I think it was shellfish when I was doing... Okay, I'm gonna, like, highlight this hole a little bit. Like, shellfish beta, one of the detent spots was just... Up. Stop that. A pain to get a detent into, and... Oh, no, I remember. The scared mag holders. Putting detents into mine. Like, some of them went well, and then others were just awful. Just, it took so much effort to put them in. So, hold my finger there. We're gonna cover up everything. Phillips head screw, please. Alright, go back to holding this in place. I don't think this is quite actually the right size bit. It's just a little bit too free spinning. Do I need this? Is this a better grip? See, this is why Phillips sucks. Because you can have so many different sizes of Phillips that will like sort of fit. No, this one kind of sucks too. This one, like, look at that, it just cams right out. Like, that will, like, for the most part fit, but then they're just like slightly awful. Meanwhile, if you have a Torx T25, you know what fits a Torx T25? A T25. And you don't have to really guess with it. It's just, if it's the one that fits, you know it's the one that fits. I don't see, and I'm like second guessing myself. I'm like, what's the, you know, good. This one's real small, but God, I'm pretty sure I'm destroying that screw, and it's just going to be awful. Okay, that's definitely not the right bit. So, like... this in all the way? Alright, that might be it. That might be in. I'm gonna, like... It's not in. Alright, that's fine. This is fine. Oh, okay. I can... That feels like it's in. Okay, there we go. That's in. That's it. We're done here. Well, done with that one. Alright, back to drill bit in the driver, this in here. Okay. Next on the instructions. If anybody's been asking questions on the Instagram stream, I absolutely have not been looking at it for a hot minute. So these pieces need to face not... Okay, need to go that way. Oh, not bad. These aren't super warped like a couple of them that I've seen more recently. I do actually see a line there, so it did lift a little bit, but... Oh, skill issue. If you're printing with a bamboo printer and, like, the most plug-and-play 3D printer there is, basically, and you get just horrendous warping on your parts, what are you doing? What are you doing? Alright. That's the wrong way. That goes that way. Alright. I'm gonna close this bag real quick before I knock small, delicate parts. Well, and go gentle on these because the screw holes are countersunk across the layer lines, and that means that you can just split this real easy and be very sad. Oh, excuse me. There. Just snug. Let's see, I learned that lesson working on Domachevsky builds. The pitfalls of nice Torx head screws Torx had coarse thread screws. It was fantastic, but then all the holes across the layer lines, if I just snugged it up just a little too much, split. It's like, huh. Okay. Oh, and this I had to do some cleanup on the brim, so now it looks a little scuffed. I'm just gonna. There you go. Quick pass with a lighter on the areas that got some stress marks on them, and it's cleaned up. Is this facing the right way? It is! It's even facing the right way. Let's go! Cool. I would say I'm running out of things to put together, but then I look over into the box of parts, and it's still stuff sticking out the top. Alright! But I'm pretty sure it is actually, like, the largest, like, by volume and whatnot, single-piece print. Also, the part that you got to miss, Silly, me earlier, spending the most time, the guy who printed these, just turned on tree supports and said, yep, that'll do. There were tree supports in the bar holes. It was not fun. Because his support settings also, largely fused the supports to the rest of the print. It was not a good time. That's why I had the drill out initially. So, four bearings. Gee, Billy. M3 by 12 screws. Let me just get my bag. That is, yeah. Yeah, the situation is kind of funny. This is one person's build that I'm assembling, but that a third person was responsible for printing. Alright, so we have M3 by 12 screws. You can tell because I marked on this bag that clearly says M3 by 30. I put 12 on it. Because I like reusing baggies, because reduce, reuse, recycle. Remember, kids. And on the bright side, we get to go back to hex head screws for a bit. I do like some hex head screws. So, 4 bearings. Gee, Billy, your mom lets you have 4. Did I make that joke already? I think I made that joke already. Holy shit, it's 8:30. Started at 5. Put my Sharpie back where it belongs. The lighter over there where it belongs. Alright. 4 bearings. They do at least fit in the hole, so it seems like, you know, that's at least going correctly. 3 screws. 4 screws. I guess the neat thing about it all is this is the beta hardware that I was responsible for sourcing. So I get to see... You know, I get to suffer the consequences of, any potential issues there. Ah, okay. My thumb does not really fit through there. I cannot recommend the usage of power tools enough for assembling blasters, especially driving screws into prints. You know, you have to put a little bit of sensibility into not going for 7 Ugga-Duggas. But once you figure that out, it is really just a time saver, a wrist saver. Yeah, that's mostly it. You're not going to kill your wrist tightening screws. Okay, where's a plunger tube? Or a, there we go. Shell tube. Ooh. That's pretty good. You know, you got a little bit of play there, but like, yeah, hot new fidget toy. Pump grip on a tube. Alright. Oh, I just noticed the partially see-through diagram for that. That's pretty good. Alright, priming bars. Bane of Earlier's existence. I'm not sure how much cleanup these might require, because I'm not completely sure on the level of interaction. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh. That end is a little lifted to shit. That's okay. Yep, that one lines up. Clean up the residual supports here. I really need a better webcam setup. Because, like, right now it's, like, real high up, and, like, I'm working out of, like, this space, but the webcam is all over here. But the problem is, I no longer... Way back, I had a pretty nice webcam set up on a mic arm. I don't anymore, I don't really have anywhere to put it. I need to do that, but right now my webcam is on a swivel adapter hooked to a monopod that is just sort of laying against my monitor. Now, see, this is... I will say, this is kind of weird that, like, this is using socket head screws instead of the normal screws, but I guess that's probably because you're also partly using the socket head part to, like, push against. Like, these are even, like, countersunk right here. Yeah, okay. I am gonna... There, clean those out a little bit so there's not... Okay. That does explain it, then. There we go. Clean that out so there's less dragging. That hole doesn't quite line up, but the other one mostly does, so... Oh, hold on a minute. I have an idea. Just stick the bit in and push. It's stuck. It's stuck. It'll be fine. Alright. Is there actually the material to go? Oh, yeah, I guess that goes... Like, that doesn't seem that deep for 12mm, but... There. That one, the hole doesn't quite fit. Okay, cool. Take these back out. Ooh. Close my baggie before I end up with screws on the floor. Bore this hole out just to make my life easier. You know, I'm trying to remember. Was it Battle Axe that I assembled in a voice channel in your server, and I remember you popping in to help me with stuff? Because, like, I remember that. I remember, you know, me streaming a build and you popping in to help, and I'm trying to think of, like, what it could be, because they're... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's been a hot minute. That's been... Oh, let me think. Middle of last year? Because I know I had it for the Halloween Smidhon game. And then I think I had it for like a couple games before that. But yeah, wow, that's been a... It's been a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and bore these poles out. While I'm sitting here. Alright, give them a... There we go. Roll down. Done, it says. Alright. The muzzle. Okay, well, that explains what those holes were for that I was wondering about. I was looking at those, I'm like, what are those for? It's like, yeah, alignment. I was like, okay. I'm wondering how many extras I gave everybody and stuff. Sitting here, I'm just like, I'll do the thing where I start the hole a little bit. Get a little easier to go from. Or are those going to go flat? I just noticed those have a little divot. Nice. Ah, TF2, what a game. Is this... M3x12. And this is showing they just go straight in. Like, do they go straight in, like, along the tubes, or do they go sideways along the print orientation? And I got, like, the one on the backside that's kind of wanting to go angled. But the frontmost one is kind of wanting to go straight in. Okay. I'm just going to turn up the torque and back him out. Interesting. And these are supposed to... Okay, hold on. Is there a chance that older versions of this file use just one of the self-tappers there instead of the M3x12? Considering that this one just, like, bottomed out and started spitting plastic at me? Like, you know, hold on, let me... Oh, give me a second. Yeah, it kind of looks like the plastic just ends there. I was saying, is there a chance that older versions of the muzzle, instead of using M3x12 right here, we're using just a couple of the self-tapping screws instead. Because that one that I just sunk in, like, it seemed to get to a point. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say not 100%, but this one got, like, halfway in and then just spun in place like it bottomed out. Like, it just sort of gets to there and stops. And definitely not in any way that's, like, straight. This one's rotated for whatever reason. Okay, this one sort of it's like, I think also drilling its own hole as it goes. Yeah, like, I don't know. It seems like they're behaving weirdly, and I'm trying not to... Trying to not potentially damage the part. There's not a whole lot of clearance there. Yeah, I might just send a couple of the self-tappers in. Wait, these are 12? 12. Right, Phillips. Turn the torque down. Does that... Yeah, that clears. Okay. Well, hold on. Why wouldn't it screw in more than that? That's kind of dumb. Oh. Alright. Huh. Like, even that one stopped right there. Weird. But it seems to function, so you know what? Good enough for government work. The sound of parts falling over 2 feet to my left. Alright. Behold, it is time to... Alright, I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna go plug in my other Bosch battery before I forget it sitting here. Okay. Next, the lifter. Which is... I'm slightly unenthused on because apparently the file version I have is the Sand It version. Which... Oh well. Oh. 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 Teasers for Maryland Mayhem. Hmm? Actually, I guess technically the only teaser I'm allowed to give for Mayhem is a very, very quiet, soon TM. Which is about time. Alright. Does the wheel go in here? Yeah, okay. So 1 M3 by 25. That says 12. That says 16. That says 25. I'm pretty sure everybody got way too many of every size of screw because I bought an assortment that was cheaper than individual screws. I split it up, and I said, there you go. Feel like that needs to go flush. Okay. Flush. It spins. Make sure it's able to spin. Oh, Lester's done. Alright, bag follower. Which could be fun. Oh my god, this print. What it... You know what? Someone's on Instagram. Look at this. Look at what I have to work with. Like... Bruh. Like, I hope that works. It looks like most of the part that actually does anything is fine, but... Alright, what springs did I bother ordering, people? Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, bro's using a bamboo. And having stuff like that happen. It's like, that's... Like, I don't know. Bind up in tube. Yeah. It is... It does stick out a little bit on that side. Where's the tube? Tube! Okay, well, that's a good sign. Like, it's not... Here, if I... We'll see. I will... Why are there so many loose zip ties in my tool sack? Those used to be in a bag. Did somebody steal my bag for my zip ties? Alright. try and take this down a little bit. Oh, wow, that's actually... That, it sticks out a little bit. Second. Oh, shoot. Ugh. Okay, that... is at the very least smooth. Oh, thank you. Alright, take that. Take this and just... knock some of that off. Alright. So, this is take put spacers in the springs. Okay, well, I'm already struggling with that somehow. I just realized there's the spring rest spacer, but it's the spring rest version. It doesn't use the spacer. Thank you. All right. All right. So those go in like that with a 16. Oh, here. O-rings can go in here now. These will be out soon enough. That's kind of weird. I wouldn't... yeah, I guess 16 is long enough for that. Is that a 16? Yeah. Alright, so 3M6, M3 by 16. Going to start them. This is a little hairy. Alright. And... this needs to face that way. Correct? Correct. Alright. Alright, same deal. Okay, one torque is a little little spicy for this. Okay. Appears we have a follower. Just let me... Yep. Yep. They all do the thing. Is this tube... I am curious how well I cut this tube. Oh, well... Maybe a 16th shy of... Actually, wait a minute, so... Quarter, eighth... Oh, no! No, less than a 16th shy of 13 inches. Good job, me. Thank you, past me. Alright. Where is the pointy tool of injuring myself while shampooing? The pointy tool of injuring myself while shampooing. I could also just use the deburring tool, but... Maybe I'm supposed to go the other way? I don't think I'm supposed to go that way. That way doesn't... Correct. Oh, actually, let me... Not the worst ever. No, not quite. Live video ended? What do you mean live video ended? Instagram, what have you done? Oh. Oh. Well, turns out Instagram Live has a 4-hour limit, I guess. Go away. What is Scandinavian design, and why is it on printables? What does that mean? Hashtag 3D printing. Foam flinging. Nerf mods. Alright, anyway. Part 2. See, so the funny thing is now, everybody who joined on Instagram before is all of a sudden going to be like, oh, a second stream, and then it turns out, nope, this nerd is still here 4 hours later. was that? Oh. Funny noises. Thank you, Instagram. Alright, it's another vacuuming session. There's polycarb all over. Even vacuum the files so that there's less plastic rust on it. Alright, what do you want me to do now? Place the follower onto the end of the mag tube. Hook the springs over the outside edge. Damn it. Doing well. Nope, go on. Alright, come on. There we go. Now I got all three of them. And scrunched. Cool. Okay, so the best way to test this is going to be a couple of these. We'll start with of course, the Mountain Dew Code Red shell. Always good stuff. So like, I mean, it seems like sticking my fingers in a tube repeatedly. I don't really want to let go of this because I feel like letting go of it's not a... Okay. Yeah, seems like it moves well enough. My singular shell printed in CookieCAD. To be fair, pixie dust is a really good filament. Alright, I think I did the well enough. Alright, yeah, that's where do I put this? Over here? I'm running out of space on the, like, I've completed these parts end of my desk. I guess what I need to do is take the incomplete stuff out of the box of parts. And start cycling the finished stuff into the box of parts. Like the muzzle, the pump, the butt. Love some good shotgun butt. Don't look that up on the internet. Probably don't look that up in a library either. I don't know. Yep. Alright. I'm slightly ahead of the curve because I already did part of this. The ET did arrive to me in a subpar condition. I think he previously tried to glue it with a regular super glue, and it ended up thermal fracturing. The super glue also didn't stick. I ended up epoxying it because I figured if I epoxy it over the cracks, the epoxy should seal the cracks. We'll see. Worst case, it's a Talon Claw PT and a reprint of that and a Sluggo ring. Oh, where am I gonna find a Sluggo ring? Not like... it's this thing right now. No, screws, 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 screws. Oh, yeah. Wherever will I find Sluggo rings? A bunch of... Those are 016, I think. Those aren't the 012. Or those are 012, not 016. Alright. Anyway, so bolt face, I mostly need to know screw sizes. 25. So we're going to take these, double them up, because we don't have the stronger springs. We just have the initial weaker ones. Thank you, Beta Hardware Kit. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, this might be fun. Oh, well. Here, I'm going to start... Well, first off, that spring is running away. I'm going to start the screw in. Okay. Shake all of the springs loose. Marvelous. Okay, that one's under a bit of tension now, I think. Be taking... Oh, it's also under a bit of... No, that one's under no tension. Okay, I've captured all 4 of the screws, or springs, somehow. It's only going to explode in my hand. Won't be the first time, won't be the last. How does it feel? Kinda gross. But I think it's functional? Alright. Next. Yep, I've already done that. I'm ahead of the curve. A plunger installation. Are we... Alright. Alright. Now, elsewhere, they may adhere to the slug slime, the moose spit, the other thin silicone oil doctrine. Not in this house. In this house, we are strict adherents of the silicone grease doctrine. I.e., this one tube of Chemplex 825 that I bought off McMaster-Carr for like $30-something in 2017. And it's still going. Because the beauty of a grease is that, doesn't, like, thin lube will eventually, you know, it'll all run out. It'll just, you know, leave because it's thin. It runs off. A thicker grease doesn't really have that problem. You just... There we go. A healthy dose. Perhaps even more, a more than healthy dose. Fill in some of those gaps. A little extra for later. Yeah. But I believe in silicone grease because then you need way less maintenance to replace your grease that's gone. Which way down does this go? That way. There we go. Alright. Done. Not an ant on my ceiling. God damn it. I'm... What do I hit that with? Oh, I know. Take some slug barrel with a Mega XL on the end and squish it. Yep. Thank you. Goodbye, ant. Modern problems and all that. Alright, now there's just the assemble the majority of the mechanism. Just all at once. This is the most complicated segment of the blaster. I believe it. I'm looking at it. I'm seeing like 7 moving parts. What is this? What does this do? Silly, if you're still here, what is this part? Oh my god, autofocus, please. Like, what is it? Like, it looks like it's for something, but like, I haven't seen it yet. What is that part? Alright, we have some screws. I'm going to pilot out the first millimeter or so. Just a little easier to... Okay, this is going to be... That's not flush. Ah, cool. Thank you, YouTube. No data. Dropped frames. Yeah, come on. Stop dropping the frames. Just... Cool. We love it when YouTube decides it's just going to basically cut my stream off because... Shut up, YouTube. I don't... Oh my god. I have internet up. Stop lying to me, YouTube. Like, what is this? Well, whatever. I don't know. Alright. On the back side. Couple more. Gonna try to not bore that out too far. Okay, not sticking out the bottom. Gee, 0 concurrent viewers. I wonder if it's because you're dropping 50% of my frames. Like, why? Why are you dropping so many frames? Too much. Oh well. Oh, yeah, this doesn't have that part. Oh, so I guess we gotta start dealing with threaded rod, which means... Honestly, it is past 9 p.m. Hmm. Yeah, I think I will probably call it, because if I'm going to start messing with the threaded rods, that's going to be more time cleaning those up. And also probably, like, 9-something, I probably need to start being quieter in the house. This is just Thursday night. So, pick up some of my parts here, and then I will call it. We made good progress after the initial hour and a half of suffering. I have a lot of screws left, but I think that's... Oh, you're back? Yeah. No, I mean, that's funny, because mine... my shit about crashed out. Like, YouTube decided it was just going to disconnect for a while. And then I ended up... It disconnected long enough, I made it up to 50% drop frames. But anyway... Oh, well, okay, that wasn't that bad. It's like 9:30-ish, and I don't want to keep making noise in the house since it's just Thursday night, so I'm just gonna pack up and probably continue tomorrow. I did have a question. It's like, what is this part? Like, I just haven't seen it mentioned in the files, but it was in here. So I assume it's for something. Okay. That means it's... Okay. It'll go in the mystery bag, then. Yeah. Or not even the mystery bag. Bag of reject parts. Okay. So I wasn't crazy. I was just like, I don't see this anywhere. What's it for? I'll probably... So... Yeah, I think I was basically getting to the point of assembling the lifter stuff, and I'm just like, it's probably a good time to pause. Okay, I think this wants the rods in before messing with the ejector and the lifter. And I gotta basically chase the rods and make sure the threads on those are good, because, like, 2 of the ones I tried, the threads are kind of shit. So... Good stopping point. Let's see. These go here. And hopefully not run into anything else that involves just the print being scuffed. Sure I will, though. Sure I will, though, because that's how it goes. But yeah. Alright, parts there. Oh, there's more. All these extra 50mm screws that I just told people here have these. Into the parts box. Into the parts box. Started the day with a box full of parts, ending the day with a box full of parts. Have we actually made progress? Probably. Alright, well, I will be on... Oh, there's another bag of screws. There's always another bag of screws. I will be on tomorrow. I might be on earlier in the day than 5 p.m. I think 5 p.m. was a mistake, but I was also behind on other stuff with some work on Mayhem getting set up. So Alright, well, I will go ahead and head off, and I'll be back tomorrow.